Fuck off, Orca's streaming, no way.
Orca, sort your fucking shit out.
Oh, bloody Orca.
Take care of yourself.
My name is Sergeant Frank Drebin, Detective Lieutenant, Police Squad. There'd been a recent wave of murders at the city zoo. I was bringing in a suspect when I got a call from headquarters about the kidnapping.
Parasite, the plaga.
I promise you, whatever scum did this, not one man on this force will rest for 1 minute until he's behind bars. Now let's grab a bite to eat.
Great.
I couldn't believe it was her. It was like a dream. But there she was, just like I remembered her. She was giving me a look I could feel in my hip pocket.
Oh, you the meaning of strength!
I'm sorry I can't hear you! Don't fire the gun while you're talking! Take care of yourself, baby. By the way, I faked every orgasm.
Biorand.
Fuck off, Orca's streaming, no way.
I'd like a tasting.
All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assume.
Need something robust, precise. Would you recommend anything for the end of the night? Something big, bold.
Hey Def, Edger, AFK, Devil.
So, who are you guys, anyhow?
Agents Mulder and Scully, FBI.
FBI, huh? Excuse me. All right, they're on to us. Get them back to SeaWorld!
So, have you got 5 minutes, Edger? Right now? Yeah, I'm doing okay there. How you doing? Cool, then we can fix your little issue together, right? Although, I'm not sure if it's an issue. Yeah. Yeah, but that's what they were before. I'm not going to change it back. Look, I'll show you. I've just generated a seed. Right. So first off, flash grenade, heal, random. Did you have random off? I can't remember. You definitely had none off, but don't know about automatic. I'll turn none off and automatic so that it's all generated by us. Right, so the first drop's a heavy grenade. Her health. That's weird. I'm not sure what that is. Flash. There's another one there. I thought I turned it off. They're not all health. So I was like, the thing is, there's too many normal enemies. You wouldn't have been getting them from normal enemies. Well, you might have, but not that often. This is a bit weird. But the reason why it's if you think about it, when you've got this many health items plus the FAS, that is going to have a huge bias over everything else. And all you had to do was just set them all to 0. Apart from maybe the red and yellow. And that is what I was going to do. I was going to have all the mixed herbs at 0. And not have them on by default. No, you keep green, red, and yellow on. Just turn off GG, GGY, GGG, GR. All the mixed ones. And the thing is, the default profile's not really... like, it's just everything at 0.5. We haven't, like, come up with a good default profile yet. So if you're not changing any of it, you're going to get a sucky seed, because none of it's been configured correctly. Because it doesn't make any sense to have the same number of heavy grenades given to you as well as ammo and all the other stuff. So it all needs to be carefully set. And it's harder to do when you've got so many different items because, like, if you did want half of your items to be health, you would have to make sure that all the health items added up to 0.5 and all the other items added up to 0.5. I was thinking it might be useful to have like a bar chart that shows you colors of, you know, what's health, how much is health, how much is ammo. A bit like I have in Biorand. I'm just a bit confused though, because why has this person not dropped anything? Its problem is it? Well, that seems to be broken. It's too late. Oh, now it says potatoes. But this one says a different thing. Oh no, the Gurids are gonna keep changing, aren't they? That's annoying. Yeah, okay, I can't use I mean, I create a new enemy, I can't give it a completely random good. It needs to use the seed. Otherwise you won't get deterministic Gurids, which is annoying for debugging. Do that. It's actually 16 lights. Right, so this guy should have the same good now, each time. Okay, good. That's weird. Oh, that's why. Ah, okay, so that was broken. It was always giving you gunpowder instead of ammo at that point. That's fine. Oh, there's this function. There you go, kitchen knife. So that probably was why people weren't getting any knives. Oh yeah, the recipes. Yeah, so I actually say you have all of those recipes off the get-go. So yeah, I need to work on the high value enemy drops. Yeah, so right now, unless the enemy has a class of 6, it's just gonna assume it's just gonna give you a valuable drop. Which isn't really what we want. It should be based on the HP as well. I don't know what the BBB item is. I need to know what in this list it was. Okay, well, if you come across it again, tell me what the item was, the item ID. Which means just finding the enemy in the log that gave you that item and seeing what it says in the log file. You're still mostly getting heals. What? I mean, I haven't pushed my changes yet. That's because it's broken, Edge. Every time you get gunpowder, that was probably meant to be out. I'll push this. I'll push the change, and then you can try it out. You can do live testing. Right, there you go. Deploying. Okay, it's uploaded now. Okay, so in order to do this correctly, so this is going to randomize the enemies generally.
Oh, can sort your fucking shit out.
Sorry, Hot Potato, I thought you were gone to them. Because only he would just come in and
Oh,
say
can
that.
sort your fucking shit out.
How you doing? I need to check out that video you posted. Where you demo your latest changes. When do you think you'll finish your new mod?
Fuck off, Orca streaming, no way.
You keep changing rooms. You got enough of them. Hey Kale, how's it going? So the way I was going to do this is I'm going to randomize all the enemies first, and then it's going to randomize all the enemy drops. So splitting the two processes. Oh yeah, Edger, you should go and eat. So we fixed the items because they were so instead of getting ammo, it was giving you gunpowder. So that was the first issue. There's a couple of other issues as well. Edger was complaining because he kept getting too many health items. You know, a lot of people would complain that. Well, I mean, a lot of people would like health items, but he was complaining he was getting them. Enemies. Okay, so we want to group the areas by chapter, which I can do now based on what I finished yesterday. He's playing it now, isn't he? He's going to have some of the issues that we've just fixed, like not getting the proper drops. We can probably just merge this together. Area, group row, group dots. Enemies. Select menu. So here are all 130 enemies for the first chapter. And we can randomize the drops for them. So I've got the list of weapons that we want to place randomly as a drop in this chapter. So all we need to do now is pick some enemies at random, which we can do by going on here. Oh, we need an RNG. Let's make this a list. Actually, I don't like that. We'll make a new list. Weapon.id. Count 1. Now at the moment that will give you no ammo, but I think that's how it currently works anyway. But we can sort that out later. Last 2 sheets you played were perfectly, no crashes or major issues. Only 1.5 times multiplier and moderate settings. Could try 2 times next. Which difficulty are we playing on? Hey Smurfy, how's it going? I thought that was an orca then. It's I don't know what that is supposed to be. Is that a dog? It's a fox. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, I mean, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to keep doing 10x, like I was gonna do 10x pigs. So if I just do 10x pigs, every time it crashes, I just have to keep tweaking like the limits until it doesn't crash. But the thing is, it's gonna have to be me that does it, because if someone else tries it, I don't think they can really give me much information. And it's a bit of a hassle to just send me a save game and let me load it. Whereas I can just run through the game at 2 times speed and wait for the next crash to happen. Well, the thing is, Steph, if it is pretty stable at 1 times enemy multiplier, then it has to be, you know, it must be fixable by just reducing the enemy limit. I did have it crash though at 1 time, but it was a particular place where clearly there's some enemy that crashes if it is in place of this particular spawn. In specifically the dog spawn in the lakeside. You want more than 10x? You mean you want like more than the game can handle? Well, that's just too bad. You have to ask Capcom to make their engine better. Oh look, it's a little job for you to do there. Oh no, Hot Potato beat you to it. Oh, it's another one. Edger, you won. Don't worry, I'm sure there'll be another one for you there. It's funny how there were 2 at the same time. Oh, what, you sent the bot stuff? Is that what you're trying to say? You're not in mod view anyway. Does it not give you the option in just normal texture? I mean, it gives me the option in the integrated Twitch chat for OBS, so I assumed that you'd get it in the normal one. What's 7TV? Is that an extension? Yeah, okay. Well, I don't have anything at the moment. It's better than nothing, is that what you're saying? So here's my idea, Edger, which is going to help you get fairer drops. What should I call this? Do you know, Edger, how modern Tetris piece randomizers work? My question was, do you know how modern Tetris piece randomizers work? So they don't just give you random piece after random piece, because if you did that, there's a chance where you could get like 50 different Tetarinos in a row, and none of them are the one that you want. Like, let's say 15 of them, they're all like these stairs and the L shapes, but none of them are the skinny one that you want. So to prevent that from happening, it's like it takes every possible piece, every different type of Tetrarino, shuffles them, and gives you to them in the random order. And then after that, it takes another of every type, shuffles them, gives you to them in the random order. So you're guaranteed to get every possible type of piece within at least 2 cycles. So if you've got 5 possible pieces, you could only have a maximum of like 8 pieces between the piece you're looking for and the next piece being the same. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that it gives you're guaranteed to get every item at some point in a row. Now it's a bit more complicated because each item has different ratios, but it's not too bad. So what you do is you first get all the ratios. Which I'll do here. just gonna debug it so we can see what it's like so far. So here are all my ratios. I should actually just change them a bit. So we'll make green 0.25, red can be 1, yellow can be 0.05. Large resource will make 25. 0.1 for the tokens. 0.1 for the FAS. 0.5 for automatic. Eggs can all be both 2.5. Gold can be quite rare, so 0.01. Flash grenades, heavy, rare, that sort of thing. So now they're all different ratios. When we run it, we've got all our different ratios. If I was to multiply them all by 100, and then we add them all up. Well, not add them all up, but generate as many as it says they are. Then shuffle it. So you got 551 items. That should all be equivalent to the ratios you've set. So in other words, every 551 items will have the exact number, the correct number of items that you've asked for. I think we can lower that number though, because 551 is quite big. I think. I think we have to divide every ratio by the smallest one. I know, it's giving us the same thing. 551. It's better doing it like this anyway, just because then you're not assuming that everything's a percentage. But I think that's going to give you as good a distribution as any, while still being fairly random. You're gonna say you're gonna do another seed on your laptop, aren't you? Like, what kind of laptop have you got that can play RE4R? And also, imagine trying to like use your mouse and keyboard in bed. Well, first of all, before you go, what do you think of these drops now? Actually, I'll just display it in a nicer order so that it's clearer. Logger. What? Okay, so if I go to process. Oh, no, hold on, I've forgotten to. There's a missing pop somewhere. Push, pop, push, pop, push, pop. This must be in enemy place. Push, pop, push, push. Never mind. Let's just go to. Oh. Randomizing drops. Here we go. Pesator, gunpowder, flash grenade, gunpowder, handgun ammo, automatic gunpowder, flash, kitchen knife, Viper, rifle ammo, resources, automatic, rifle ammo, resources, gunpowder, knife, automatic, resources, green herb, chicken egg, gunpowder, Viper, brown egg, gold token, resources, kitchen knife, automatic, flash grenade. Seems somewhat low balanced. Cool. And there's your random weapon. Oh no, that's not the random weapon. Can I log it? So the weapons should be distributed now. So in, I think it might actually say at the top. Oh yeah, here's your weapon distribution. So the way this works is at the start of the game, it's going to be like, okay, here are all the weapons. I'm going to divide them up into chapters. And half of the weapons will be findable. The other half will never be findable, and you have to buy them from the shop. Or you start off with them. RE9 oofers? What do you mean? Oh, red 9. At least you get the stop. I might be able to make it so that you can put laser sight on all handguns. Imagine a blacktail or a laser sight. Yeah, so that's what you start off with. And you can get the bolt thrower and the laser sight from the shop. But can you see how... so half of the weapons attachments will be findable, meaning you can pick it up as a static item or an enemy drop. And if you don't find it, it will be available from the merchant in the next chapter. So that's how it works. You can find half of the weapons, but if you don't find them, you can still get them from the merchant. You just have to wait until the next chapter. And the biosensor scope is guaranteed to either be findable or available from the merchant by the cabin fight. So it will be findable. If it's going to be findable, it will be findable in any previous chapter from the cabin. Which means that it'll be, if you don't find it, you'll still be able to buy it from the merchant in the chapter that has the cabin fight in it. Okay. Good night. I will speak to you tomorrow, if you're around. But yeah, good stream, good rando. I think you could have continued your 3x run though, because it is going to crash. But that doesn't mean it's always going to crash. Because I've seen people get a crash and then they reload and they can continue. Yeah. So you'd reseed with the fixes. But I'm just saying you can still do 3x. I mean, Matt's doing a 3x now, isn't he? So if he gets through it, then it's obviously fine. Or good enough that you can get to the end. Yeah, okay, he's in Dynamite Valley. He's not very far. Yeah, but what I mean is, when you say you'll do another 2x run, can you do another 3x run instead? With the correct drops? What do you mean aren't crash? Crashes are never good. She wanted 16 by 9. Wanted a 720p one. That doesn't make any sense. If he does 10x, he'll just get to a point where he can't continue, and he'll have to reduce it and then increase it again. I need to go through the game and just keep adding sort of limits until I can get through with 10x. Good night, Edger. Sleep tight. Oh yeah, I mean that's why I'm not releasing it publicly yet, Melancholy, because I don't want to have too much people play it and then complain there's crashing, or have the 4,000 also viewers of their streams see the crashes. What am I doing wrong here? That shouldn't be in. Alright, it's better. Yeah, I'm already getting similar reports from the few testers I do have. Although interestingly, it wasn't until I discovered the bug last night with the rocket launcher not spawning in, because I randomized it at the end of the Saddler fight, and then turns out someone else did get the same issue, but they hadn't reported it until after I'd fixed it. You're still sending error reports for CVX. Well, here's the thing. There are error reports. No, not error reports, but there are issues with the randomizer. Like, I think Failmore knows specifically that there are 2 places where the item rando is broken. Like, an item doesn't spawn in. But I've never been told about them. It was only until I saw Bok do the randomizer, and he just happened to get 2 Cs in a row where the item was in the broken item was a key item. It's probably an easy fix as well. I just get rid of that item if you can find the ID for it. Like in your log file, you just find what item isn't there, and I can easily remove it, so it doesn't try to put anything there. Haven't you better practice for your race of Gonta though? By order, by... Descending. No enemy has health, so I'm gonna have to do it by class. It's up to that of their class. wonder what V1 is. Is that like a description? Perhaps I could use that. So when I randomize the enemy, or I could just do this. Oh no, I can't. Not easily. Oh, nice. You, that's quite an achievement. How long did it take you to do that? Wow. Good job anyway. I mean, no. That's not how long it took you from starting on Monday, though, is it? Like, how long have you been playing permadeath for to get to that point? Two days. But do you know how many hours of playtime? 13 hours. Now you're debating if I should have Ashley in the armor or not. I think you just have to play it safe. So don't get too careless when you're like doing water haul and things like that. Just take your time, take out each enemy. You can accidentally kill yourself though with the rocket launch. Well, how much is it? Presumably you already know because. because it's in the store. Might be on discount in one chapter. should have done distinct.
I'd like a tasting.
All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assume.
Need something robust, precise. Would you recommend anything for the end of the night? Something big, bold.
Is it? You think so? I think each one has its own merits and are good in different contexts.
Take care of yourself.
My name is Sergeant Frank Drebin, Detective Lieutenant, Police Squad. There'd been a recent wave of murders at the city zoo. I was bringing in a suspect when I got a call from headquarters about the kidnapping.
Parasite, the plaga.
I promise you, whatever scum did this, not one man on this force will rest for 1 minute until he's behind bars. Now let's grab a bite to eat.
Great.
I couldn't believe it was her. It was like a dream. But there she was, just like I remembered her. She was giving me a look I could feel in my hip pocket.
Oh, you the meaning of strength!
I'm sorry I can't hear you. Don't fire the gun while you're talking.
Take care of yourself, baby. By the way, I faked every orgasm.
Right, I've got an idea. Possible classes. Class number 2. So we find a random one that's got class 2. Oh, it can't be him.
Hold on! Remember!
Take care of yourself.
My name is Sergeant Frank Drebin, Detective Lieutenant, Police Squad. There'd been a recent wave of murders at the city zoo. I was bringing in a suspect when I got a call from headquarters about the kidnapping.
Parasite, the plaga.
I promise you, whatever scum did this, not one man on this force will rest for 1 minute until he's behind bars. Now let's grab a bite to eat.
Great.
I couldn't believe it was her. It was like a dream. But there she was, just like I remembered her. She was giving me a look I could feel in my hip pocket.
Oh, you the meaning of strength!
I'm sorry I can't hear you! Don't fire the gun while you're talking!
Take care of yourself, baby. By the way, I faked every orgasm.
Tumbleweeds and squirrels, my darling. Tumbleweeds and squirrels.
Okay, that was the South Park Soundaroos. Thanks again to Kate and Earl. All right, up next we have 4 of our local South Park 4th graders who have formed a band. Let's hear it for Stan Marsh and Crimson Dawn. Hi, Stanley!
There's our Butters.
Oh, Butters. Oh, aren't they cute?
Hi, we're Crimson Dawn, and, this is a song I wrote about living out in the country on a farm.
All right, fellas, just like we rehearsed it. And a 1, and a 2, and a...
No! Oh, who'd have thought a whale could be so heavy? Cheese it, the feds!
Thank you for the follow. Okay, so what we're working on is we're improving the drop randomizer. So one of the things I have done is made it so that all the weapons are distributed throughout the game, well, at least up to chapter 13. Chapter 13, I think, is the first island chapter, so that's the last chapter where you're going to find a new weapon. Take a moment to watch the trailer. It's amazing. just realised actually that I should probably only go up to chapter 12, which is the last castle chapter, because it means any findable weapon in that you'll be able to buy from the merchant in chapter 13. So that probably makes the most sense. So where's the weapon distribution? Change that. Right, there we go. So the last findable weapons will be in the last castle chapter. But yeah, it just means that you'll find weapons throughout the game evenly, attachments as well. And if you don't find it in that chapter, it will be available in the merchant in the following chapter. So you always have a chance to buy the weapon if you never find it. And then what I've done is in the chapter, it will pick some high class enemies at random to give the weapon to. And I haven't just limited it to the most highest class. For example, this regenerator here has a Matilda, and I expect there were higher class enemies. It's just that it's more likely to be a high class. The way I've done it is I go, well, 75% chance of highest class enemy. If not that, then do 75% chance of the next highest, and so forth. So it's very rarely going to be just a villager, unless you have all villagers on, nothing else. So now that we've given the good drops to some random enemies that are high class in that area, we can then give the rest of the enemies general drops. I'll probably add like case drop upgrades and other stuff like that as well, using the same mechanism. Because at the moment, if you just have loads of high class enemies, they just drop loads of like really good stuff, but to the point where you just don't need it anymore because you already got it. Like loads of case drops, loads of case perks, charms, high value treasures, weapons, attachments. It just gets to the point where you don't actually get any drops with ammo or anything. Whereas at least this way, well, there'll only just be a couple of enemies with the weapon drop, and only one will have that weapon. Right, I'm gonna get another drink, and then we'll continue what we're doing.
No! Oh, who'd have thought a whale could be so heavy? Cheese it, the feds!
$38, $39, $40. This better be good.
Game over. Please deposit 40 quarters.
What a rip!
No! Oh, who'd have thought a whale could be so heavy? Cheese it, the feds!
Thank you for the follow. Hair story. I didn't realise you'd subbed. Yeah, it's funny how I found at least 2 scenes orc related. Was it a gift sub? Might have been a gift sub, I guess. Yep, RE4 remake randomizer coming soon. But yeah, how you doing, Astora? Do you actually stream? Because I think I wanted to. I went on your profile and I was like, when was your last stream? And it was like months ago. Hey, Kira.
No! Oh, who'd have thought a whale could be so heavy? Cheese it, the feds!
Thank you for the follow. What is Orca word? This is Orca word. Oh, nice. What do you stream? I think it's because at first I thought they were your emotes because you kept using them. So I assumed that you streamed. Just chilling before bed. Nice. Yeah, we're playing around with the drop randomizer, trying to improve it. So it doesn't give you just loads of stuff that you already have all the time. More of it. And then souls. And some RE. They belong to the Panda Man. Yeah, I do like those emotes. They look good. Too many treasures. Or not necessarily too many, but probably too high value as well. I need to certainly reduce that. So I've already given weapons to the first lot. That's what I could do is push. So general drops, weapon drops. So what I was thinking was having a slider, a new slider, that controls the proportion of enemies that have high value drops, I guess. Yeah. I think that makes sense actually, because then it doesn't matter. If you just had a villager only rando, you'd never get any high value drops. You'd get weapons, because I've made it give, you know, I'll just choose an enemy. It tries to prefer enemies that are harder to kill, but if there's none, they're all the same. It'll just pick one. So I think for high value drops, I could probably just say, here's the proportion that should get them. That'll probably work. Yeah, there's a bug in the drop randomizer. You wouldn't have got any ammo in recently. I fixed it now. It gave you gunpowder instead of ammo. And the other thing I need to do is add new stock for gunpowder resources each chapter from the merchant. Same with rocket launcher as well. Rocket launcher stock. Yeah, just so many things to do. In fact, I'm going to make a list just so that we can keep track of it. Yeah. He raided me. Was it last week? No. So not last Saturday, the Saturday before last, because I'd done a 15-hour stream. And Maestro, I think, was in his chat, and he was like, oh, by the way, because he was finishing off his stream, so he's probably like looking for someone to raid, and Maestro said, oh, by the way, Intel Orca streams, he's doing one right now, a dev stream for RE4R randomizer. So he wanted to confirm that that was true. And then he was like, he's been streaming for 11 hours? And then he started watching it. And at that point, everyone was coming into my stream and following me, which caused a bit of a meltdown with the redeems. So yeah, when he raided me, he gave like 30 gifted subs, which was quite generous of him. I'm just going to write down the things that are on my pen and paper list. I think these need to be bullet points. Yeah. So this is not really a windmill, is it? I was pretending upon. Yeah, okay. Don't need to add that. The rockets and Who is cooler, Chris or Leon? It's just like an icebreaker, is it? Welcome in. I personally prefer Leon. Particularly RE4R Leon. um, I don't know, it's hard to explain. I guess, I mean, I break stuff all the time. I mean, that's the truth. I broke the drop randomizer, for example. I've only just fixed it recently. So it's not the case that I don't break stuff. It's just almost impossible. If you're going to change something, you're likely to break it. You can mitigate it by having tests, automated tests. So you write code that executes your main code and checks that it does the right thing. And I do have quite a few tests for Biorand, particularly with like the core code that does all the file manipulation. And I've got like tests that go through every file and check that it can edit it and save it again, and it's like byte for byte the same if I haven't actually modified anything in the level itself. But in terms of like knowing what to do, I mean, it's not just one course for me, it's an entire life of programming, like 23 years. And go and yeah, ever increasing. Particularly something like C#, I've been using since like 2008. It's probably around the time I started using it for the first time. So that's the language I know inside out compared to any other language. Well, I'm not really doing anything at the moment. I mean, I'm not focused at the moment. If I was writing like some code, then there might be more of a delay. Or if I was playing a game where I needed to focus. At the moment, I'm literally, my eyes were at the chat. She said that. Ah, it's a good question, Astora. I mean, how long's it been now? Months? And I've no idea why you'd even remove it. Like, if you're gonna remove one, remove the cigar one, tequila cigar one. Don't remove the good ones. You also remove kitchen gun, or you forgot to transfer it. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. Completely lost my train of thought. How did I get into properly working with the RE engine framework? Well, it was only about 2 or 3 weeks ago that I actually looked at it for the first time. Pretty confident with C#. So, I mean, RE framework is pretty easy to get into. Have you looked at the website for it? They haven't, like, I don't think their C# stuff for it's out yet. So this is the handbook for the RE framework, and they give you some example snippets of code. It's all in Lua at the moment, but if you go down here, it does say C# scripting reference, but it says it's work in progress. So it looks like it is coming, and that it's going to be easy to do. Like, they're saying that you can have just a single C# file and it will automatically load it and compile it. But that's not available yet. So before you can do your RE framework plugin in C#, you'll have to do it in Lua or C++. But Lua is pretty simple to do. I made a plugin yesterday, just a very simple one, which logged all the stage IDs as I was going through it to help me with the randomizer. And you can just keep editing and saving the file, reloading it in the game very quickly. It's a bit of a pain having to like get the right properties, I suppose, from the internal objects. But once you get the hang of it, it's not too hard. And yeah, all the because it's very similar to Unity, all the objects in the game effectively C# or .NET objects that you can change the properties of. Cigar One got you 5k views on YouTube. What? Another thing you need to fix, Def, is the lurk and back commands. Because I think lurk broke first, but back still worked. But now both are broke. And I liked back because that was the one command that you could spam. And it just keep playing the video over and over. Bit like you had the same problem with the 10 points one as well. There was no cooldown for it. Only had to work with a little bit of Lua back in TTT Gmod times. I don't know how long they're going to be though. I mean, that C# stuff's probably been there for ages and it's still not out. Just just, I mean, it's so quick. Just download RE4R if you haven't got it already. Just write a little script. Just play around with it. Like, don't ever feel intimidated. Just start playing with stuff. See what you can do. So we're going to call this high value drops, high value drop ratio, or valuable drop ratio.
Take care of yourself.
My name is Sergeant Frank Drebin, Detective Lieutenant, Police Squad. There'd been a recent wave of murders at the city zoo. I was bringing in a suspect when I got a call from headquarters about the kidnapping.
Parasite, the plaga.
I promise you, whatever scum did this, not one man on this force will rest for 1 minute until he's behind bars. Now let's grab a bite to eat.
Great.
I couldn't believe it was her. It was like a dream. But there she was, just like I remembered her. She was giving me a look I could feel in my hip pocket.
Oh, you the meaning of strike!
I'm sorry I can't hear you. Don't fire the gun while you're talking.
Take care of yourself, baby. By the way, I faked every orgasm.
I think Borat is still my favourite. Although that ties with Home Alone, so I don't know. The Home Alone one was the one I saw first, you see. Oh no, I don't think it was. It was the Mr. Bean Cyberpunk, I think. I think that was the very first video I saw from that channel. And that is one of the best ones.
No! Oh, who'd have thought a whale could be so heavy? Cheese it, defense!
Thank you for the follow. So what I've decided on, or at least what I'm going to try out, is having a slider that says how many of the enemies should drop valuable items. And then it will just prioritize enemies with higher HP or classes. Do I have the scene where rail enemies hit?
Yakshimash! My name is Biorand. I like you. I like sex. It's nice. These are Orchid, a town mechanic and a versionist. This is my mother. She oldest woman in the whole of Kusek. She is a 43. I love her. Although Kazakhstan a glorious country, it have a problem too. Economic, social,
and cult.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. King in the castle, king in the castle. Have a chair, I have a chair.
I am in a nest of gold. They have cleverly shifted their shapes. One of them has taken the form of a little old woman.
What is the best gun to defend
from a cult?
What you see is what I've got.
Come on and make my day.
Book.
Oh, nice.
Leon, help!
Well, I want to say hello. Welcome back in my town of Kusek. Since I returned, there have been much improvements. We no longer have a running of the
cult.
It's cruel. We're Christians now.
Wild, wacky action bike! Wild, wacky action bike! It's about to touch your lane! Wild, wacky action bike is almost impossible to steer and to close in the dark. Gonna turn the light on, it on, but I'm gonna fail 'cause it's wild, wacky action bike! You can't hide it, wild, wacky action bike! Wild, wacky action bike comes with everything you see here.
Okay, here's the next one.
Hey kids, do you like Jim Pokemon? Yeah! Then you're gonna love Alabama Man! Alabama Man! He's quick, he's strong, he's active! You can take Alabama Man to the bowling alley where he drinks heavily and chews tobacco.
Wow, he can bowl.
He can bowl, he can drink some more! Alabama Man! When wife asks him where he's been, just use the action button and Alabama Man busts her lip open.
Shut up, bitch! Wow.
He beats up his wife and sleeps it up. Alabama Man!
I want to be just like Alabama Man.
Alabama Man comes with everything you see here, wife sold separately.
I thought I told you to shut up.
Not all people from Alabama are white beaters.
Gay, totally gay, Liberace gay.
Oh dear. Well, let's keep trying. How about this?
Also, in the Stick of Truth video game, one of the... There's, like most games, they have things that you can find, like a limited number of things you can find around the map. So for that game, they had gym Pokemons just hidden in various places, and you had to find them all. And it would play like a little tiny extract for that video when you collected one. Yeah, same. I played it a lot when it came out, and then haven't since. And then when the sequel came out, I played that a lot when it first came out, and then haven't since. It's not the sort of game you just keep playing over and over again. That'd be like watching a film over and over again. I saw it got bad reviews, but Hot Potato thought it was okay, so I don't know. I think it's a different kind of game, so people probably were underwhelmed by it. And I think people, because the second one, the fractured but whole, the reviews weren't as good as the Stick of Truth, but I think that's just because they didn't think the story was crazy enough. Like, they had already used all of their ridiculous, crazy ideas for the first game, so they had less of them for the second one. But in terms of the actual gameplay, it's a lot better. And for that reason, I much prefer the sequel. But yeah, for the story, I think you would just play them both back to back. It had a quite good soundtrack as well. I think it was just really funny to see a load of sort of typical video game tropes be parodied in such a funny way. Because I guess a lot of the game is just making fun of video games in general. There was there's the bit where you're on the UFO going around. You keep finding these like recorded cassette tapes of like a survivor talking on them. And one of the tapes is like, oh, I should really try and find a way out rather than but I just keep making these damn cassette tapes. Is anyone even going to listen to these? It's almost like a parody of the all the notes you find in Resident Evil. which everyone seems to like. Even in RE4 OG, the Ganados are writing notes, and they're just like leaving them around for Leon to find, which documents like their next plan. Like that, like when you do the cabin, they have that note that you read, and it's like, oh yeah, our next plan, we're gonna chuck in a Gigante on the east side, and we'll have a load of people on the left hand side. And Leon's like, oh okay, oh thank you for telling me that. I haven't ever played Fallout, so therefore haven't had any motivation or interest to watch the TV show. Although I think Def was telling me that Nexus Mods was getting a lot of high traffic and not like struggling to, like, it was kept going down. The reason was that everyone was downloading Fallout mods or something because of the TV show. It's quite funny. Okay, so let's have a look at what it's done. So we're randomizing the drops. So in chapter 1, I should probably actually say the chapter. Do that now. Suppose I could do it in this function. So now it's going to say chapter 1, and you get you find a black tail in chapter 1. And who's carrying it? Well, it's Mendez. So it's picked a particularly hard enemy to kill to carry that black tail. And then it's going to give a load of valuables to certain enemies. And you can see that most of the valuables are being given to hard to kill enemies. But you get the odd villager as well. What I'm not doing at the moment though is actually saying how good of a treasure it gets. I don't think a villager should really be holding a golden lynx, but there you go. Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, you kill a cow and you get an old golden hourglass. Then you kill a Verdugo and all you get is a vintage compass. Right, I'll add that to the list. As a nice to have. Randomize weapon stats. Randomize weapon price. Upgrade prices. Oh, I also need to add gunpowder Resource. Rocket launcher stock per chapter. There you go. No, it isn't yet, despite getting loads of gold tokens. And it's not really that useful, given that you can get charms as drops now. I think that's one of the good things about this rando. Like, and it more so with this game than the OG, is that it's going to be dropping loads of stuff that you just never come across or use in the normal game. So you'll start off with weapons that you'd never buy. You'd get random charms, which you would never normally get because you're never bothered about going to the shooting range. Wait. I mean, you wouldn't be able to get the rock. Oh, you talk about the normal rocket launcher or the infinite rocket launcher? How much is the rocket launcher in the base game then? I mean, for a start, they give you one for free, which is I don't know why they like decided to do that. It's like, oh yeah, we'll just give you this free rocket launcher, no matter what difficulty you are. Like, why? Why did they feel like that was necessary? And it meant that everyone used the rocket launcher on like Salazar. So no one really got to fight Salazar properly because everyone just used the rocket launcher. And then it's sort of the same in this game. I made an effort to try and do every boss using normal weapons on my first playthrough. But then after that, it's like everyone just uses the golden egg for Salazar or the rocket launcher. So it was nice to see like Edger having to spend, you know, a few minutes actually doing that boss fight today. And that will be required anyway when I add randomized health and extra mobs. What I'm going to do is just chuck in a load of extra mobs right in front of you when the boss starts, and you just won't be able to throw the golden egg because you'll have to deal with those mobs. Berserker mod kind of did that with the spider plaga stuff, although they weren't that bad. You just kind of threw a flash and that dealt with them. Alright, okay. Thanks for popping in. Hope you have a good night. Before it. Order by value. Get random treasure. Well, yeah. I mean, I learned to program as a result of modding, so yeah. I guess 2001. That was probably when I did like hex editing for the first time. Glad to see RE4R can be modded as much as it has been. Worried that it'd be follow previous RE engine games, can only have texture packs. I don't think the lack of mods for previous games is down to the engine. I think it's down to people being able to around to do it. You just need the right person to come along. Also, I mean, I have to say, I wouldn't be able to do everything I'm doing here without a certain tool that was made very recently that makes it much easier to edit the game files in RE Engine. So it just takes one person to make a really good tool that lets you mod the game, and then everyone can make mods easily. So now that that tool's been made, I think loads of mods can be made now that previously were too difficult to do. Yeah. But if you think about the OG games, loads of people are just modding those using a hex editor. If Hot Potato is here, you can relate. And I'm like, no, you don't have to do it anymore. I've made a really useful tool you can use. I mean, if you look at what Usercroft does, making all those animations in just hex editor, I could never do that. Go insane. My famous modder. Depends how. I mean, what does it take to be what you'd define as famous? Famous in the entire world, famous in a certain community. So, have you seen the Berserker and Valkyrie mods, Bus? I think those are pretty good examples of what can be done now. Yeah, I think those were made as a result of the tool. Do I have any well-known mods? Well, for RE it would be Biorand. The other project I'm most known for is OpenRCT2. Made a Peggle level editor as well, but barely anyone plays that game. I do it for free. Because I do it for fun. It'd be impossible for to live off doing this. There's no way the community would be able to fund me, given the amount of hours I spend on it. Yeah, well, modding, adding a new custom room would be possible, but it's just very difficult. And as I say, you really do need good tools to be able to do it. You basically need Capcom's level editor. And since we don't have that, we would have to make our own.
Wild, wacky action bike! Wild, wacky action bike! Bike's hard to ride! Wild, wacky action bike is almost impossible to steer and to close in the dark. Gonna try to ride all day long, but I'm gonna fail 'cause it's wild, wacky action bike! You can't ride it, wild, wacky action bike! Wild, wacky action bike comes with everything you see here.
I added alert yet. Not really. Just give it class number for now. You're on another channel and people are getting psyched to play a new randomizer. Yeah. It's that's kind of why I'm not releasing it too soon. It's such a big deal that I think it needs to be perfect for release. Don't want to end up giving everyone a broken randomizer. When was that? Rack? Was that today? I saw that he was doing well, he's continuing the mod, isn't he? He's playing that No Escape mod. Do you know roughly what the timestamp was? Because then I can go have a look at what was being said. You were looking at RSZ tool, but kept saying I had to copy the JSON manually. Yeah, it's not very simple to set up actually. The JSON files from another repository. So there used to be an old version of this tool. Well, not an old version of this tool, but a predecessor, I suppose. The reason this tool was made was to improve on the old tool that was available. So this is RSZ tool. And it says you need to copy, the JSON file from RE4R, which is another tool. It's a bit complicated. And there's the link to it. So you have to go to this other repository. And you need to copy the game that you're modding. So this one here. So that's the file you need to download. I'll just put a link to it here. And then you copy that to like the folder containing RSZ tool, and then it should work. It's a very big JSON file. It's like several megabytes. Got a vase with 2 Verdugo spawned. Couldn't get past. Yeah, it's... Some of these mods you need a lot of patience for, because it can take a while to figure out the strategy you need to get past certain bits. And sometimes it's just a grind to get past certain bits. The randomizer is quite different in that respect, in that, and it's probably just because I have I can easily control everything. When you're making a mod, or when people make mods for these games, you have to manually change every single thing you want to change from vanilla. So what you end up with is a vanilla game, and then you start changing bits, but everything else stays as vanilla. So when it came to like Berserker, they can add all of these extra mobs, and suddenly it's a lot harder because you're using the vanilla drops essentially to deal with a lot harder enemies. But with this randomizer, not only do you get all those extra mobs and harder enemies, but you also get so many more and better drops from them. So by an early, by chapter 3, you probably got a full arsenal of weapons, ammo, herbs, grenades. You look at all the testers that have been testing the randomizer, they always have a full inventory. They're struggling for space. They're stacked all the time, but at the same time they are going through their stack all the time on the enemies. So it's just constant chaos, use all your ammo, but then you get a load of ammo back again, and then you deal with the next bit. And that's probably what's making it quite fun to play. Oh, that's actually a bug. Edger was actually complaining about that quite a lot. He was saying, like, all I'm getting is heals. It's broken. And technically it was broken. So there are a lot of sliders to do with heals, so that adds a lot of bias. You can turn off most of them so that you just have like the green, red and yellow. But there was an issue where it was giving you gunpowder instead of ammo, which I fixed. But yeah, I'm like redoing the whole drop randomizer at the moment, so things are going to be quite different next time. But yeah, essentially, you're still going to have loads of nice drops all the time, which means that you can deal with all of these crazy enemy spawns. And the other thing is, you get all of these crazy enemies that have friendly fire, like the hammers, the chainsaws, the Garradors. They're all smashing each other apart, so you can rely on the enemies killing each other for the most part. And if you've got like dynamite guys, you know, you just get them to blow everyone up. So it's not really hard, it's just chaotic in the fun sense. The hard bits tend to be cabin because you're stuck in a closed space. So if you've got a cabin, you've got loads of chainsaws coming in. You know, one mistake and your head's chopped off. That's why it's hard. The other hard bits tend to be where Ashley's involved because you can't just stick her in a locker while you do like the castle bit. Yeah, the reason why I've made so many sliders is because I don't really know how to balance the randomizer, and it's going to take a long time to figure that out. If I just give the user all the things that they can change, just let them change everything, they can decide and come up with a good configuration, and then I'll just let them share that configuration with other people. So I'm hoping most end users, they'll just be able to go straight in, pick a profile from the default collection or a community profile, and just maybe change a couple of things. Like maybe they just want a bit more ammo than usual. And then they go. They don't have to like fiddle with 200 other sliders. Because like if and it depends who you are. If you're Shiny, for example, he wants to be able to kill every enemy, and he wants the drops in order to be able to do that. So he's like, oh, I need lots of knives. So he can just rack up the knife slider and rack down treasure slider because he's not interested in that. Whereas some players will be like, I just want lots of ammo, lots of guns, lots of grenades, give me a little, so that I can just blitz my way through. So it looks like cheapest treasure is 2,500. And the most expensive treasure is the gold monocle, which is 30,000. Although it's difficult because of the things that you can put the jewels in. Find what enemies you'll get at the cabin. What is it you're trying to do? That's the file you need to edit. Oh, just look at the log file. What are you doing using this tool? Look, when you open your log file, go to the output.log. Open that in the text editor. And find, well, the path I sent you, just find that in the file. So if I go to 2_200, so this is the cabin, this file here. So those are the enemies that will show up. Yeah, you'd be taking, it would take you forever to look through the actual file and go for each enemy. Oops. Oh, what I should do actually, it's yeah, so get max aim. So 3, 0.6. definitely. Well, I haven't used others that much, but it does the job better than a text editor anyway. Yeah, it's better. Right, let's have a look. Interesting. Hi, Lemony. This is all generated in advance, so you actually don't need any code to be run during the game. What it will do is it will generate a hack file that you can just shove in your install folder. It's a bit like a patch for the game, I suppose. It's done using the same mechanism anyway. But yeah, no new code. It just updates some of the files. Like the level files. It's very similar to the way the OG games are randomized. Oh no. Also because for this one, it's a website. So it couldn't get any simpler. You just go to the website, you change all your dials to what you want, and then you click generate, and then you just download the file like any other mod and just put it in your game. So you don't actually need to update your randomizer every time there's a new version. You just go to the website every time you want a new seed, generate it. Although if your seeds get pretty chaos, for example, if you want 5 times enemy multiplier, you probably want a decent PC that can handle that. Yeah, okay, so the variables are a bit more reasonable now. You haven't got a cow that gives you a what was it? It was like a treasure that was worth 15,000. So a brute gives you a ruby. I think that's fine. That's the sort of thing you would get from a brute in the vanilla game. And a chainsaw gives you a ruby normally, doesn't it? Garador, emerald. If you're lucky, you get a flagon. And then yeah, Verdugo will give you golden links or crown. Thanks, Lemony. Appreciate that. And yeah, I think it's going to be a big deal, which is why I want to make sure it's working really well before I let everyone have it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Spin-offs are nice. Oh, that's the timestamp, right? Thanks. I was like, what are you doing? Is that how long I've been on? Yeah, okay. I'll just take a note of that. Just had a look at the file so far. It said tool, weapon stats, and upgrades seems to be really good structure within the weapon custom user data. Oh really? Is that what file it's in? Because I was struggling to find it actually. Or maybe it was the prices I was struggling to find. It might have been the price information I couldn't find. So that's in app system. Is it UI? Or was it GUI? Oh. Oh yeah, I think I have looked at this file before. Oh, cost. So it isn't here. So that is the starting attack. Oh god, it gets complicated, doesn't it? The fact that you've got it breaks that up into 4 different components. That must be how, like, is it Berserker or Valkyrie that added that handgun that does lots of damage, or like shoots body parts off very easily. They probably like maxed out the stopping rate. Stabilization. Custom ammo max up. Not sure what that means. That's the reload speed. Custom ammo cost. Flame distance. Well, half of these look unused. Well, they must be like specific for a certain weapon. I'm trying to find like where it talks about the exclusive for it. That must be what limit break is, right? Yeah, so these are the normal things you can upgrade. And then that must be the exclusive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they're all like the different things you can do for exclusive upgrading. You'd have to mess around altering the radar as well. But it's good that you can change all that. Yeah, okay, so you just have to edit this file. What's item stages? Body armor. Oh, that's like repair cost. Polish. Pretty sure that's not in the game. That must be a removed feature. Kitchen knife, boot knife. So you can even alter their stats. Alright, so maybe it's not so hard to do. I think what I would do is I'd randomize all the stats by like a ratio. So I'd say, okay, handgun, everything's going to be 2 times better than what the base game had for it, or everything's going to be 2 times worse than what the base game had, or within that range. So it might be 1.5 times better than the base game. But the actual upgrade stages, I'll just keep all the same. It'll just simply it'll just multiply all the numbers by a certain number. That's what I do with prices. It simplifies things a lot. Because I don't have to worry about randomize and every single individual upgrade. Getting the balance right. And then, yeah, exclusive, you can just sort of choose a random thing to make better. I don't know like how accuracy works, so presumably that's not in this file because that's kind of specific to the weapon itself. But there is I don't know what stabilization is. That might be an unused thing as well. So that was weapon custom user data. There's another file here. Weapon detail. There's even more numbers in here, which I might have to change. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff to change. I mean, if you wanted to help, what you could do is try modifying this stuff and then feed back to me what bits need to change to do a particular thing. Yeah, it can be fun to play around with anyway. I mean, that's why you're getting mods now, because that program just is so easy to just edit like those numbers. And you know, all the names are in English. You can see what, or take a very good guess about what each field does. Do you know how to like override the files using Fluffy and stuff? I believe so, yeah. Simon Ada. Right, so what I've done there is categorized all the villagers as being horde enabled, which means that I can prevent them from having guns.
Enough! I grow weary of your foolishness. Professor Chaos cannot be stopped.
Oh yeah? Kenny, use your ninja star!
Oh, shit, dude!
Hey, update. What have you been working on? You been doing modding? Or playing games? That would just prevent village section from having the weapon. Just been chilling, waiting for models before you can start coding. Why do you need to wait for the models? Just have a placeholder. Hey Gary, how's it going? Yep, doing well. I'll probably end the stream in 7 minutes. Because last night I was up till almost... I certainly was streaming past 1 o'clock in the morning. Almost up to 2 o'clock. Okay. You could always do like some cutscenes in the meantime. Okay, so I wanted to try something now, given that that's all set up. If we now say that we only want chainsaws on, like what Def had. Yeah, I'm not surprised. And particularly the number of rooms you have in that. Okay. Okay, so this mad chainsaw has the blacktail. And yep, plenty of them have valuables. Good ones too, because it's just using the class. And then yeah, the rest of them have nice drops. So that should help him a bit. Yeah, it's just that in the meantime it ends up. Yeah, no, you should be able to get all the cases from the merchant. It's more the case perks you've lost out on now for the time being. But I would like people to test this new item drop randomizer. So I shall commit that. And we'll redeploy it. Oh yeah, it's because there's something wrong, Hot Potato, that it should only recompile the RDTs if the input file's changed. I need to check what's not working about that. It shouldn't recompile every single file. It should only recompile the file you've changed. Oh, unless I think I might know why I did it. Although that would have been a silly thing to do. You have to, so the way the build system works, you have to say what the input files are so that it can check if your output file has a older timestamp than any of the input files. So what I wanted to do was make the input file the RDT script that's being compiled plus any of the extra files that you might include from it. So the ones in the common folder, like common.bio, you want that to be an include file as well. If you change that, you want it to recompile all the rooms that you include that file. Yep, so we got this slider now, which controls how many of the enemies have valuable drops. Thank you. Did you put your name down for early access? You want to bug me? I mean, all you're doing is reacting to a post. If you want to try it, put your name down. I don't think I've seen you play the game, even though you said you got it working now. Just need to check something. Yeah, no problems, Murphy. I think we're getting ever so closer to a viable product. Gonna give a raid to... I was just looking at who was playing RE4. There's quite a few people playing this Falling of Night mod. Let's raid It Me Jammy. So yeah, thank you everyone for lurking and supporting the stream and rando development. I probably won't be on tomorrow, but I'll use that time to do maybe some of the website improvements. And I've already pushed a new version, so testers can try out the new changes to drop randomizer. It should work better. But yeah, hope you all have a good day or evening, depending on where you are. See you all soon.